They all appear to be of a late formation, and, as Dr. Bleecker remarks, the Minahassa seems to be only a recent prolongation of the older sedimentary rocks in the residency of Gorontalo. In this small part of the peninsula, there are no less than 11 volcanoes. North of Minado is a chain of volcanic islands, which form a prolongation of this peninsula. On the island Shao there is an active volcano. North of it is the large island of Sangar. According to Valentine, the highest mountain on the island underwent an eruption in December, 1711. A great quantity of ashes and lava was ejected, and the air was so heated for some distance around, that many of the natives lost their lives. North of the Sangar Islands are the Talat group. These are the most northern islands under the Dutch, and the boundary of their possessions in this part of the archipelago. The steamer Minado, on which I had previously taken passage from Batavia all the way to Amboina, now arrived at Kema. She had brought my collection from Amboina, Buru, and Ternate, and I was ready to return to Java, for some months had passed since I accomplished the object of my journey to the Spice Islands, and during that time I had traveled many hundred miles and had reached several regions which I had not dared to expect to see, even when I left Batavia. A whale ship from New Bedford was also in the road, and when I visited her and heard every one, even the cabin boy, speaking English, it seemed almost as strange as it did to hear nothing but Malay and Dutch when I first arrived in Java. Many whales are usually found east of the Sangar Islands, and north of Jalilo and New Guinea. January 10th at noon steamed out of the Bay of Kema and down the eastern coast of Celebes for Makassar. When the sun was setting, we were just off Tanjong Flasco, which forms the northern limit of the Bay of Gorontalo or Tamina. As the sun sank behind the end of this high promontory, its jagged outline received a broad margin of gold. Bands of stratus stretched across the sky from north to south and successively changed from gold to a bright crimson, and then to a deep, dark red as the sunlight faded. All this bright coloring of the sky was repeated in the sea, and the air between them assumed a rich, scintillating appearance, as if filled with millions of minute crystals of gold. The controller, on board, who traveled with me from Longaon, has been farther into the interior, south of Gorontalo, than any foreigner previously. He found the whole country divided up among many petty tribes, who are waging a continual warfare with each other, and the immediate object of his dangerous journey was to conciliate two powerful tribes near the borders of the territory which the Dutch claim as being under their command. He found that all these people are excessively addicted to the use of opium, which is brought from Singapore to the western coast, near Palos, by Mandhars and Makassars. The dress of the people consists of a sarong, made from the inner layers of the bark of a tree. They have large parangs, and value them in proportion to the number and minuteness of the damascene lines on their blades. 20 guilders is a common price for them. The controller gave me a very fine one, which was remarkably well tempered. The most valuable export from this bay is gold, which is found in great quantities, at least over the whole northern peninsula, from the Minahassa south to the Isthmus of Palos. The amount exported is not known, for, though the Dutch government has a contract with the princes to deliver all the gold obtained in their territory to it at a certain rate, they are offered a much higher price by the Bugis, and consequently sell it to them. No extensive survey has yet been made in this territory, by the mining engineers employed by the government, and the extent and richness of these mines are therefore wholly matters of the most uncertain speculation. The fact, however, that gold was carried from this region before the arrival of Europeans, more than 340 years ago, and that the amount now exported appears to be larger than it was then, indicates that the supply must be very great. The government has not yet granted to private individuals the privilege of importing machinery and laborers, and proving whether or not mining can be carried on profitably on a large scale. A fragment of rock from this region was shown me at Kema by a gentleman, who said he knew where there were large quantities of it, and that specimen certainly was very rich in the precious metal. Gold is also found in the southwestern peninsula of Celebes, south of Makassar. The geological age of these auriferous rocks is not known, but I was assured that, back of Gorontalo, an outcropping of granite had been seen. Buffaloes and horses are plenty and cheap at Gorontalo, and many are sent by sea to the Minahassa. The horses are very fine, and from the earliest times the Bugis have been accustomed to buy and kill them to eat, having learned that such flesh is a most delectable food. Centuries before this was ascertained by the enlightened Parisians. January 11th. Last night and today the sea has been smooth, almost as smooth as glass, while we know that on the opposite or western side of Celebes there has been one continuous storm. This is why we have come down the eastern side of the island. Here the seasons on the east and west coasts alternate, as we have already noticed in Ceram and Buru, though those islands extend east and west, while Celebes extends north and south. Today we passed through the Bangay group, lying between the Sula Islands and Celebes. From the appearance of the water, and from such soundings as are given, there appears to be only a depth of some 30 fathoms in the straits. These islands, therefore, not only have formed a part of the adjacent peninsula of Celebes, but do at the present day. A remarkable similarity has been noticed between the fauna of Bacchian, near the southern end of Gilolo, and that of Celebes, and in the Bangay and the Sula Islands we probably behold the remnants of an old peninsula that once completely joined those two lands. When we compare Celebes and Gilolo, we notice that the Bangay and Sula groups, stretching off to the east and southeast from one of the eastern peninsulas of Celebes, are analogous in position to Gabe, Waju, and Bat and Ta, and the adjacent islands which are but the remnants of a peninsula that in former times connected Gilolo to the old continent of New Guinea and Australia. Now, at sunset, we were approaching the Bhutan Passage, which separates the large island of Bhutan from Wangi, the sweet-scented island. This is a great highway for ships bound from Singapore to China in the west monsoon, and several are now here, drifting over the calm sea. Bhutan is a hilly island, but no mountains appear. Its geological formation is said to consist of recent limestone containing madrepores and shells. Here, again, we find indications of the wide upheaval that appears to be occurring in the whole archipelago, but especially in its eastern part. It is quite famous for the valuable cotton it produces, which, in the fineness and length of its fibers, is said to excel that raised in any other part of the archipelago, and is therefore highly valued by the Bugis and Makassars. January 13th. This morning we passed a large American man of war coming down grandly from the west, under steam and a full press of canvas. It is a most agreeable and unexpected pleasure to see such a representation of our powerful navy in these remote seas. 51 The next day we passed through Salayar Strait, which separates the southern end of the peninsula of Celebes from the Salayar Islands, and may be regarded as the boundary between the alternating wet and dry seasons on the opposite sides of Celebes. January 15th. Arrived back at Makassar. There is nothing but one continuous series of heavy, pouring showers, with sharp lightning and heavy thunder. January 16th. Sailed for Surabaya in Java. This morning there is only such a wind as sailors would call a fresh, but not a heavy gale. In all the wide area between Java and the line of islands east to Timor on the south, and the 10th degree of north latitude, none of those frightful gales known in the Bay of Bengal as cyclones, and in the China Sea as typhoons, have ever been experienced. The chief sources of solicitude to the navigator of the Java and the Banda seas are the strong currents and many reefs of coral. Our large steamer is little else than a great floating menagerie. We have, as usual, many native soldiers on board, and each has with him 2 or 3 pet parrots or cockatoos. Several of our passengers have dozens of large cages, containing crested pigeons from New Guinea, and representatives of nearly every species of parrot in that part of the archipelago. We have also more than a dozen different kinds of odd-looking monkeys, 2 or 3 of which are continually getting loose and upsetting the parrot cages, and, before the sluggish Malays can approach them with the ropes and unawares, they spring up the shrouds, and escape the punishment which they know their mischief deserves. These birds and monkeys are mostly purchased in the Spice Islands, and if all now on board this ship could be safely transported to New York or London, they would far excel the collection on exhibition in the zoological gardens of the latter city. Besides the Chinese, Arabs, Malays, and other passengers forward, there is a Buginese woman, a raving maniac. She is securely shackled by an iron band around the ankle to a ring bolt in the deck. One moment she is swaying to and fro, and moaning as if in the greatest mental agony and despair, and, the next moment, stamping and screeching in a perfect rage, her long hair streaming in the wind, her eyes bloodshot, and flashing fire like a tigress which has been robbed of her young. It would be difficult to fancy a more frightful picture. They are taking her to the madhouse near Samarang, where all such unfortunates are kindly cared for by the government. Her nation, the Bugis, or Buginese, are famous for running amok. Amok, which was written by the early navigators amok, is a common term in all parts of the archipelago for any reckless, bloody onset, whether made by one or more. It is, however, generally used by foreigners for those insane attacks which the Malays sometimes make on anyone, generally to satisfy a feeling of revenge. When they have decided to commit a murder of this kind, they usually take opium, and, when partially under its influence, rush out into the street with a large knife and try to butcher the first person they may chance to meet. Many years ago such emeutes were of frequent occurrence, and even at the present time most of the natives who stand guard in the city of Batavia are each armed with a long staff, on the end of which is a Y-shaped fork, provided on the inner side with barbs pointing backward. This is thrust against the neck of the murderer, and he is thus secured without danger to the policeman. Chapter 12. Sumatra. On the third day from Makassar we arrived safely at Surabaya, and thence proceeded westward to Samarang, and, on the 1st of February, 1866, I was again in Batavia, having been absent in the eastern part of the archipelago 8 months. Through the courtesy of Messrs. Dummler & Co., of that city, who obligingly offered to receive and store my collections and forward them to America, I was left entirely free to commence a new journey. The generous offer of the Governor-General to give me an order for post horses free over all parts of Java was duly considered, but as many naturalists and travelers have described it already, I determined to proceed to Sumatra, and, if possible, travel in the interior of that unexplored island, and, accordingly, on the 12th of February, I took passage for Padang on the Minato, the same steamer in which I had already traveled so many hundred miles. Transcriber's note: map is clickable for a larger version. Island of Sumatra to illustrate Professor Bickmore's travels. Ed Weller. From Batavia we soon steamed away to the Strait of Sunda, and once more it was my privilege to behold the lofty peaks in the southern end of Sumatra. From that point as far north as Cape Indrapura the coast is generally bordered with a narrow band of lowland, from which rises a high and almost continuous chain of mountains extending parallel with the southwest, or, as the Dutch always call it, the west coast, all the way north to Achin. The next morning, after passing the lofty peak of Indrapura, found us steaming in under the hills and high mountains that stand by the sea at Padang and rise tier above tier until they reach the crest of the Barazan chain, producing one of the grandest effects to be enjoyed on the shores of any island in the whole archipelago. Padang, unfortunately, has no harbor, and the place where ships are obliged to anchor is an open, exposed roadstead. There is a sheltered harbor farther to the south, but it would cost a large sum to build a good road from Padang to it by cutting down the hills and bridging the ravines. The distance from the anchorage to the city is some 3 miles, and all the products exported must be taken out to the ships on barges. The city of Padang is situated on a small plain, whence its name, Padang in Malay, meaning an open field or plain. Its population numbers about 12,000, and is composed of emigrants from Nias, Java, some Chinese and Arabs, and their mestizo descendants, besides the natives and Dutch. The streets are well shaded and neat. Near the center of the city is a large, beautiful lawn, on one side of which is the residence of the governor. On the opposite side is the clubhouse, a large and well-proportioned building. On the south side is a small stream where the natives haul up their boats, and here the barges take in their cargoes. This part of the city is chiefly filled with the storehouses and offices of the merchants. In front of the governor's residence is a large common. 2 of its sides are occupied by private residences and the church, the roof of which has fallen in, and indeed the whole structure is in a most dilapidated condition compared to the rich clubhouse on the other side of the green. Having landed and taken up my quarters at a hotel, I called on Governor Van den Bosch, who received me politely, and said that the Inspector of Posts, Mr. Theban Tervely, whose duty it is not only to care for transporting the mails, but also to supervise and lay out the post roads, had just arrived from Java, and must make an overland journey to Sibaga, in order to examine a route that had been proposed for a post road to that place. He had promised the inspector, who was an old gentleman, the use of his American, a light 4-wheeled carriage made in Boston. There was room for 2 in it, and he would propose to the inspector to take me with him, and further provide me with letters to the chief officials along the way, but as it would be 2 or 3 days before Mr. Tervely, who was then in the interior, would be ready to start, he proposed that I should leave the hotel and make my home with him as long as I might remain in Padang. Besides, he added, I have 8 good carriage horses in the stable, and I have so much riding to do that they are spoiling for want of exercise. Now, if you will come, you can ride whenever you please. So again I found myself in the full tide of fortune. It is scarcely necessary to add that I did not fail to avail myself of such a generous offer. In the evenings, when it became cool, the governor was accustomed to ride through the city, and occasionally out a short distance into the country. Our roads were usually shaded with tall trees, frequently with palms, and to fly along beneath them in a nice carriage, drawn by a span of fleet ponies, was a royal pleasure, and one never to be forgotten. One pleasant day we drove out a few miles to a large garden where the governor formerly resided. The palace had been taken down, but a fine garden and a richly furnished bathing house yet remain. The road out from Padang to this place led through a series of low rice lands, and just then the young blades were 6 or 8 inches high, and waved charmingly in the morning breeze. The road, for a long distance, was perfectly straight and bordered by large shade trees. It was one of the finest avenues I ever saw. Here I was reminded of the region from which I had so lately come, the Spice Islands, by a small clove tree, well filled with fruit. Much attention was formerly given here to the culture of the clove, but for some years raising coffee has proved the most profitable mode of employing native labor. There were also some fine animals in various parts of the garden, among which was a pair of the spotted deer, Axis maculata. Thus several days glided by, and the time for me to go up into the interior and meet the inspector came almost before I was aware of it. February 21, 1866. At 8 a.m. we started from Padang for Fort de Kock, 60 miles from the city. A heavy shower during the night has purified the air, and we have a clear, cool, and in its fullest sense a lovely morning. This American is generally drawn by 2 horses, but the governor has had thills put on so that one may be used, for he says, between Fort de Kock, where the present post road ends, and Sibaga, a distance of about 190 miles, by the crooked route that we must travel, that we shall find it difficult to get 1 horse for a part of the way. Behind the carriage a small seat is fastened where my footman sits or stands. His duty is to help change the horses at the various stations, which are about 5 miles apart. When the horses are harnessed, his next duty is to get them started, which is by far the most difficult, for most of those we have used today have been trained for the saddle, and we have not dared to put on any breeching for fear of losing our fender. These brutes are so ready to use their heels, though fortunately we have not needed any hold back but once or twice, and then, by having the footman act as hold back himself with a long line, I have urged on the horse, and in every case we have come down to the bottom of the hill safely. With only a weak coolie tugging behind, of course I have not been able to make these wild horses resist the temptation to go down the hill at a trot, and, after running and holding back until he was out of breath, the coolie has always let go, generally when I was halfway down. Nothing of course then remained to be done but to keep the horse galloping so fast that the carriage cannot run onto him, and by the time we have come to the bottom of the hill we have been moving at a breakneck rate. Which has been the more solicitous for me, as I had never been on the road, and did not know what unexpected rocks or holes there would be found round the next sharp turn. From Padang the road led to the northwest, over the lowlands between the sea and the foot of the Barazan, or coast chain of mountains. In this low region we have crossed 2 large streams, which come down from these elevations on the right, and are now quite swollen from the recent rains. A long and large rattan is stretched across from one bank to the other, and a path made to slip over it is fastened to one end of a rude raft. This rattan prevents us from being swept down the boiling stream, while the natives push over the raft with long poles. I began to realize what an advantage it was to ride in the carriage of the Tuan Baza, or great man, as the Malays all call the governor. As soon as those on the opposite side of the stream saw the carriage they recognized it, and at once came over by holding onto the rattan with one hand and swimming with the other. In their struggles to hasten and kindly assist, several times the heads of a number of them were beneath the water when they came to the middle of the stream, where the current was strongest and the rattan very slack, but there was very little danger of their being drowned, for they are as amphibious as alligators. I had not been riding long over these lowlands before I experienced a new and unexpected pleasure in beholding by the roadside numbers of beautiful tree ferns, which, unlike their humbler representatives in our temperate regions, grow up into trees 15 to 18 feet high. They are interesting, not only on account of their graceful forms and limited distribution, but because they are the living representatives of a large family of trees that flourished during the coal period. Approach to the cleft, near Padang. As we proceeded, our road approached the base of the Barazan chain until we were quite near them, and then curved again around some spur that projected toward the seashore. Late in the afternoon we came to the opening of a broad, triangular valley, and beheld on our right, and near the head of the valley, the towering peak of Singalung, whose summit is 9,880 feet above the sea. Large numbers of natives were seen here traveling in company, returning homeward from the market at Keutanum, the next village. Their holiday dress here as elsewhere is a bright red. Beyond Keutanum the road ran along the side of a deep ravine, having in fact been cut in the soft rock, a narrow wall of it being left on the outer side to prevent carriages from sliding off into the deep chasm. Suddenly, As we whirled round the sharp corners while dashing through this place, we came into a deep canon extending to the right and left, called by the Dutch the kloof, or cleft, a very proper name, for it is a great cleft in the Barazan chain. Up this cleft has been built a road by which all the rich products of the Padangsk Bovenlanden, or Padang Plateau, are brought down to the coast. Opposite to us was a torrent pouring over the perpendicular side of the cleft, which I judged to be about 75 feet in height. Where it curved over the side of the precipice it was confined, but, as soon as it began to fall, it spread out and came down, not in one continuous, unvarying sheet of water, but in a series of wavelets, until the whole resembled a huge comet trying, as it were, to escape from earth up to its proper place in the pure sky above it. On either side of this pulsating fall is a sheet of green vegetation, which has gained a foothold in every crevice and on every projecting ledge in the precipice. Behind the falling water there is a wall of black, volcanic rock, and at its foot is a mass of angular debris which has broken off from the cliff above. Now we turned sharply round to the north, and began ascending to the plateau. The cleft has not been formed in a straight but in a zigzag line, so that, in looking up or down, its sides seem to meet a short distance before you and prevent any farther advance in either direction, but, as you proceed, the road suddenly opens to the right or left, and thus the effect is never wearying. It resembles some of the dark canyons in our own country between the Rocky Mountains and Sierra Nevada, except that while their dark sides are of naked rock, the sides of this ravine are covered with a dense growth of vines, shrubs, and large trees, according to the steepness of the acclivities. Here were many trees and shrubs with very brilliantly colored leaves. The whole scenery is so grand that no description, or even photograph, could convey an accurate idea of its magnificence. For 4 miles we rode up and up this chasm, and at last came on to the edge of the plateau at the village of Padang Panjang. We were then more than 2,400 feet above the plain, having ascended about 2,000 feet in 4 miles. Here the inspector left word for me to wait a couple of days for him, as he was still away to the south. Heavy showers continued the next day, so that I had little opportunity of traveling far. Besides, it was very cool after coming up from the low, hot land by the shore. There is almost always a current of air either up or down this cleft, and the warm air of the coast region is brought into contact with the cool air of the plateau, and condensation and precipitation seems to occur here more abundantly than at any other place in the vicinity, the number of rainy days numbering 205. This is no doubt due to the local causes already explained. The average temperature here is 49.28 degrees Fahrenheit. In the cleft, at one or two places, are a few houses made by the people who have moved down from the plateau. They are placed on posts 2 or 3 feet above the ground. Their walls are low, only 3 or 4 feet high, and made of a rude kind of panel work, and painted red. Large open places are left for windows, which allow any one passing to look in. There are no partitions and no chairs nor benches, and the natives squat down on the rough floor. It requires no careful scrutiny of these hovels to see that they are vastly more filthy than the bamboo huts of the Malays who live on the lowland. In all the villages I have passed today, both on the lowland and here on the plateau, there is a pasar, or market, and, where they have been erected by the natives, they are the most remarkable buildings I have seen in the archipelago. They are perched upon posts like the houses. The ridgepole, instead of being horizontal, curves up so high at each end, that the roof comes to have the form of a crescent with the horns pointing upward. Sometimes a shorter roof is placed in the middle of the longer, and then the two look like a small crescent within a large one. Long before Europeans came to this land these people were accustomed to meet to barter their products, and this was their only kind of internal commerce. The next morning I rode part way down the cleft to near the place where the post horses are changed, and found a marble that was soft, but so crystalline as to contain no fossils. I understand, however, that Mr. Van Dijck, one of the government mining engineers, discovered some pieces of this limestone which had not been crystallized, and that he considered the species of corals seen in them to be entirely of the recent period. Limestone again appears in the cleft of Painingahon, a short distance to the south. The rocks with which it is interstratified are chloritic schists, that is, layers of clay changed into hard schists by the action of heat and pressure. February 23d. The inspector arrived this morning, and we set out together for Fort de Kock, about 12 miles distant. From Padang Panjang the road continues to rise to the crest of a ridge or col, which crossed our road in an easterly and westerly direction, and connects Mount Singalung with Mount Merapi. This acclivity is very nicely terraced, and the water is retained in the little plats by dikes. When any excess is poured into the uppermost in the series, it runs over into those beneath it, and thus a constant supply of water is kept over all. On looking upward we saw only the vertical sides of the little terraces covered with turf, and, in looking down, only the rice fields. Near the crest of the col we could look down the flanks of the Merapi to Lake Singkara away to the south. The earth here is a tenacious red clay formed by the decomposition of the underlying volcanic rocks and volcanic ashes and sand. These are arranged in layers which have an inclination nearly parallel to the surface. The layers of ashes and sand may have been partly formed in their present position by successive eruptions in the summits of the neighboring peaks, but those of clay show that the col has been elevated somewhat since they were formed. The height of the col is 3,700 feet, and this is the highest place crossed by the road from Padang to Sibaga. We now began slowly to descend, passing wide, beautifully cultivated sawas on either hand to Fort de Kock. Here on a pretty terrace is located the house of the resident, who has command of the adjoining elevated lands, so famous in the history of this island as the Kingdom of Minangkabau, whence the Malays originally migrated, whom we have found on the shores of all the islands we have visited, and who are very distinct from the aborigines of these islands, as we have particularly noticed at Buru. Woman of the Padang Plateau. The dress of the men here is not very different from that of the Malays of Java, but the costume of the women is remarkable. On the head is worn a long scarf, wound round like a turban, one end being allowed to hang down, sometimes over the forehead, and sometimes on one side, or on the back of the head. The upper part of the body is clothed in a baju of the common pattern, and passing over one shoulder, across the breast, and under the opposite arm is a long, bright-colored scarf. The ends of this, as well as that worn on the head, are ornamented with imitations of leaves and fruit, very tastefully wrought with gold thread. At the waist is fastened the sarong, which is not sewn up at the ends as in other parts of the archipelago. It is therefore nothing but a piece of calico, about a yard long, wound round the body, and the two ends gathered on the right hip, where they are twisted together, and tucked under, so as to form a rude knot. As the sarong is thus open on the right side, it is thrown apart higher than the knee at every step, like the statues representing the goddess Diana in hunting costume. Their most remarkable custom, however, is dist ending the lobe of the ear, as seen in the accompanying cut from a photograph of one of the women at the kampung here at Fort de Kock. When young, an incision is made in the lobe, and a stiff leaf is rolled up, and thrust into it, in such a way that the tendency of the leaf to unroll will stretch the incision. When one leaf has lost its elasticity it is exchanged for another, and, in this way, the opening increases until it is an inch in diameter. This must be a very painful process, judging from the degree to which the ears of the young girls are inflamed and swollen. A saucer-shaped ornament, with a groove in its rim, is then put into the ear, exactly as a stud is put into a gentleman's shirt bosom. It is generally made of gold, and the central part consists of a very fine open work, so that it is very light, yet the opening in the ear continues to increase until it is frequently 1.5 inches in diameter, and almost large enough for the wearer to pass one of her hands through. The front part of the loop is then only attached to the head by a round bundle of muscles, smaller than a pipe stem, and the individual is obliged to lay aside her ornaments or have the lower part of her ears changed into long, dangling strings. While these ornaments, for it is not proper to call such a saucer-shaped article a ring, can be worn in the ear, the appearance of the native women, as seen in the cut, is like that of the other Malay women, but as soon as these ornaments are taken out, and the lobes of their ears are seen to be nothing but long loops, their appearance then becomes very repulsive. The men are never guilty of this loathsome practice. A similar habit of ending the lobe of the ear prevails in Borneo, among the Dayak women. It is also seen in all the Chinese and Japanese images of Buddha. The native women of India are accustomed to wear several small rings, not only all round in the edge of the ear, but in the nostrils. A large number of rings are shown in the ear of the cut of a Dayak or head hunter of Borneo. Even in the most civilized lands this same barbaric idea that a lady is made more prepossessing by having some foreign substance thrust through, and dangling from, each ear still prevails. After we had rested from our ride, the resident took us through the adjoining kampung. The houses were like those already described in the cleft. Our attention was particularly drawn to the magnificent bamboos by the roadside, many of which attain a height of 40 or 50 feet. February 24th. The inspector, having traveled for some time, prefers to rest today, and as I am anxious to see the lake of Manindaue, which is some distance off our route, I avail myself of the opportunity. The resident kindly gave me a very fine saddle horse, and early this morning we started in a northwesterly direction for Matwa. Our path at once led down from the high plateau into a series of deep valleys with perpendicular sides, composed of stratified sand and clay, formed by the disintegration and decomposition of pumice stone. These deep valleys have been wholly formed by the action of the rapid streams which flow in their bottoms, and which, by changing their courses from one side of the valley to the other, have carried away the talus that has formed at the bases of the cliffs. These cliffs, therefore, are perpendicular, whether the valleys be wide or narrow. The strata of the sand and clay are so horizontal that we are warranted in considering them deposited in a lake of fresh or salt water. No fossils of any kind, so far as I can learn, have ever been seen in these late deposits, to determine whether they are of lacustrine or marine origin. The upper edges of the sides of these deep valleys are so sharply defined that the buffaloes, feeding on the grasslands above, unconsciously venture too far, and of course are instantly killed by such a high fall, and, for this reason, the Dutch call them buffalo holes. At several places small tributaries come in as branches to the main stream, which here flows to the northwest, and the tongue of land in the acute angle of such branches rises up like a perpendicular wall with a sharp edge. These deep valleys resemble the canyons of the Colorado, which were also formed by the erosive action of running water, but here the scenery is on a small scale compared to those deep, dark, gloomy chasms. 2 or 3 times we climbed the zigzag path that led up the sides of one valley, and then went down again into the next valley. The bottoms of these canyons, being well watered, are admirably suited for the cultivation of rice, and here were some plats still overflowed where the rice was only a few inches high, and not far from them others, where the natives were collecting the ripe, golden blades. Such a mingling of planting the seed, and gathering in the ripe grain, appeared the more strange when I thought of our temperate climate, where we are obliged to sow at a certain time in the year or reap no harvest. The higher lands between these valleys form a plateau, which, from Fort de Kock to Matois, is very sterile when compared to the high land farther south. From Matois our course changed to the west and lay through broad was filled with half-grown rice. It slowly ascended, until we found ourselves on the edge of a crater of most enormous dimensions. Thick rain clouds gathered and began pouring down heavy showers, which obscured everything about us, and I could only see that we stood on the edge of a vast yawning gulf. Our way now rapidly descended first to the right and then to the left, and, as I looked down into the deep abyss which we were descending, such thick vapors enveloped us that everything was hidden from our view at the distance of 100 yards, and it seemed as if we must be going down into the bottomless pit. Down and down we went, until at last I became quite discouraged, and seriously began to think of explaining to my native guide that the wisest heads which lived in my land believe that the center of the earth is nothing but a mass of molten rock, and to inquire of him whether he was sure we should stop short of such an uncomfortable place, when the thick mist which enshrouded us cleared away, and I beheld far, far beneath me a large lake, and above me the steep, overhanging crater wall which I had descended, but I was only halfway down, yet I had the satisfaction of knowing there was an end to the way, and, besides, the road was not so steep, and consequently not so slippery as the half we had already come. So we slipped and plodded on, and early in the afternoon I came to the residence of the controller of that region, at the village of Manandiu, on the east side of the lake. The height of the edge of the crater where we began to descend is 3,600 feet, and that of the lake 1,540 above the sea. The perpendicular distance that we had come down, therefore, was over 2,000 feet, but to come that distance, our road had zigzagged so continually to the right and left, that we had traveled 5 miles. Toward evening the rain ceased, and the controller conducted me a short distance north of the kampung to a hot spring, where the natives have a square pool for bathing, and covered it with a small house, for they ascribe all sorts of healing virtues to this warm water. I found the water to be perfectly pure to the eye, and free from any sensible escape of gas. Its temperature was 102½ degree Fahrenheit, and an abundance of algae was seen on the rocks beneath its surface. At sunset, the heavy clouds that had filled the crater during the day slowly rose upward, but not so high at first as to allow us to see the tops of the peaks in the serrated crest of the crater wall opposite. The bright sunlight, therefore, shone in through the triangular openings between the lower surface of the level clouds, and the bottoms of the sharp valleys, and these oblique bands of golden light fell on the water at some distance from the opposite shore, and then came over the lake and illuminated the place where we sat watching this unique and magnificent view. After the sunlight had faded, the clouds rose higher, and I could look round and behold all sides of the largest crater it has been my privilege to see, and indeed one of the largest in the world. The general height of the wall does not vary much from that point where I crossed it coming down, and is very steep, except at that place, and in many parts nearly perpendicular. It is not circular, but composed of 2 circles of unequal diameter, which unite on one side, and leave a tongue of land projecting from the east and west sides. Each of these circles is a crater, and the tongues of land that project from either side of the lake mark the boundaries between them. The width of the larger crater at the level of the lake, as given on the best maps I have been able to consult, is 3 geographical miles, that of the smaller crater, at the same level, 2¼ miles, and the length of the lake, which lies in a northerly and southerly direction, and is approximately parallel to the Great Barazan chain in which it is found, is no less than 6 geographical miles. These 2 craters, I believe, were not formed at the same time. The larger crater, which is on the north, is older, and the smaller one to the south is the later, the eruptive force which formed the larger having lost some of its power, as well as having slightly changed its position when it formed the smaller. This gigantic crater is the more interesting to us, because it is as large as the one we supposed formerly existed in the Bunda Islands, when we regarded Great Bunda, Pulau Pisang, and Pulau Kapal, as parts of the walls of that crater, if, as was then suggested, that crater was not circular, but nearly elliptical, like this great one of Manindiu. Even the famous crater of the Tengger Mountains becomes of moderate dimensions, when compared to this. In the western side of the larger crater is a cleft or deep ravine that conducts the superfluous waters to the sea. This split, it may be noticed, has occurred on the side toward the sea, where, of course, the wall of the crater was thinnest and weakest. This region is considered quite valuable, because coffee trees flourish here remarkably well. The coffee obtained is brought over the lake in boats to the mouth of the outlet, and thence transported to the village of Tiku, on the coast. The controller also showed me a quantity of the edible birds' nests obtained in the neighboring cliffs, that were considered of a superior quality, that is, by Chinese palates, for, if the Celestials had not taken a fancy that these should be regarded as dainties, I do not believe that Europeans would have ever thought of tasting them. February 25th at 8 o'clock rode back with the controller up the crater wall, by the way I came down yesterday. The road is built on the spur or projecting ridge that forms the boundary between the two craters on the east side, and zigzags to the right and left in such a manner that, when viewed from beneath, it reminds one of the way, usually pictured, that the people of Babel climbed their lofty tower. To shorten the distance, we went over a number of steep places, instead of going round by the road. The clay and wet grass, however, were so slippery that such climbing was exceedingly dangerous, but the rider had the satisfaction of knowing that, if his horse did lose his footing altogether, they would both go down so many 100 feet that neither would suffer pain for many moments after their descent was ended. The heavy rain of yesterday had wholly cleared away, and when we reached the crater rim we enjoyed a perfect view of this enormous gulf, 6 miles long and 4 miles broad, and more than 2,000 feet deep. Apparently the crater had ceased its action a long time ago, and now the hot springs on the borders of the lake are the only reminders of the causes that formed it ages and ages ago. As we looked down from our high point, clouds were seen floating beneath us, and on the opposite wall of the crater long, narrow, vertical strips of naked earth marked the places where landslides had come down its precipitous declivities. Soon after we reached Matwa, the inspector arrived from Fort de Kock, and we went on together toward the northwest. The road was exceedingly rough, and, after riding 5 miles, our little pony became so worn out that I got out and walked to Palembang, the next station, a distance of 9 miles, in the scorching, tropical sun. The road from Matwa is built on the side of the Barazan chain, and we had on our right a deep valley, in the bottom of which coursed the stream that we had previously crossed in the deep canyons near Fort de Kock. Several small streams came down from the mountains on our left, and in the side valleys, where those streams entered the main one, the natives had formed many terraces. A number of these smaller valleys had the form of an ellipse, cut in two at its minor axis. In the distance they looked like immense amphitheaters, the horizontal terraces forming the seats for the imaginary spectators, amphitheaters of such ample dimensions that, in comparison with them, even the great Colosseum at Rome dwindles into insignificance. The height of this point is a little less than that at Matwa, and all the way from Fort de Kock to this place I have been able to keep in sight the remains of the plateau which begins on the south with the Col between the Singalung and Marapi. The horizontal layers, that once filled the whole valley west of us, have been carried away by the streams until only a narrow margin is left on the Barazan, and its parallel chain. It forcibly reminds me of the terraces seen along the upper part of some of our own New England rivers, for instance, those in the upper part of the Connecticut Valley. Here, at Palembang, I have had the first opportunity of enjoying a view of that magnificent mountain, over 9,770 feet in height. Its truncated summit indicates that its highest parts are the ruins of an old crater, and this thought reminds us of the volcanic action to which the mountain owes its birth. The name of this mountain is not of native origin, but was given it by the Portuguese, because they fancied that at last they had found the place where the ships of Solomon obtained the enormous quantities of gold that he used in adorning the magnificent Temple of Jerusalem. The same name they also gave to another, but a much smaller mountain, on the Malay Peninsula, 40 miles north of the city of Malacca. A scene in the interior of Sumatra. In the vicinity of both of these mountains much gold had been obtained for centuries before Europeans ever came to this region. The idea entertained by the Portuguese, that a part of the gold which reached Jerusalem came from this island and the peninsula, has been the subject of much ridicule, but, nevertheless, there may be considerable evidence in favor of such an hypothesis. No one region is known in that part of the East that could have furnished all the different articles brought by Solomon's fleet, and Ophir has therefore been considered the name of an emporium, situated near the entrance of the Red Sea, or, more probably, near the head of the Arabian Sea, at the mouth of the Indus. The names in the Hebrew of the articles thus brought, show that they are all of foreign origin, having been evidently adopted from some other language, and probably from the Sanskrit. 52. The name for peacock appears to have been derived from the word in Tamil, a language spoken on the Malabar coast by the Telangas, or Klings, who visited this island and the Malay Peninsula long before the time of Solomon, 1015 to 975 BC, for the tin used by the Egyptians in making their implements of bronze, as early as 2000 BC, doubtless came from the Malacca, and the Klings were the people who took it as far toward Egypt as the eastern shore of India. Tin and gold are both obtained in the same manner, namely, by washing alluvial deposits. Gold is found in small quantities over a very considerable part of the Malay Peninsula. It has always been more highly valued than tin, and it is, therefore, by all means probable that it was an article of commerce, and was exported to India as early as tin, or at least 500 years before Solomon commenced building his splendid temple. Gold is also found in the western and southern parts of Borneo, and in some places on Luzon and Maguindanao, in the Philippine archipelago. As we have already noticed, it is found on Bacchian, and, in the northern and southern peninsulas of Celebes. It is indeed one of the most widely distributed metals obtained in the archipelago. It is not only found on many of the islands that are not wholly of volcanic origin, between Asia and Australia, but also from place to place over both of those continents. The quantity obtained here, on Sumatra, is wholly unknown, but, judging from what is used in ornaments, it must be very considerable. It is always bought and sold in the form of dust, and has never been coined for money in any part of the archipelago, except at Achin. Chapter 13. To the Land of the Cannibals. February 26. At 7 a.m. rode down the edge of the plateau to the bottom of a deep ravine, and then climbed up the opposite ridge. Here we met all the Rajas and their attendants in the vicinity, and again descended to the bottom of a second ravine to the little village of Pisang. As the way was exceedingly rough, I preferred to ride a nice horse the controller had given me, to being jolted in the carriage. Beyond Pisang our road lay in a narrow valley, and, as the sky was clear and the neighboring hills prevented any breeze from reaching us, we seemed to be at the focus of a great burning lens. In the thick woods on either hand troops of large, black monkeys kept up a hooting or trumpeting, their prolonged cries sounding exactly like a score of amateurs practicing on trombones. In some places the din they made was quite deafening. In one place the road passed through a deep cut-through strata, composed of sand and conglomerate, which probably once filled the whole valley. From Pisang, which is at an elevation of 1700 feet, we continued to descend until we came to the small valley of Bondial, which is only 740 feet above the sea. On the way we met the controller superintending the construction of a bridge, for the officials in these small places have to plan buildings and bridges and be at the same time judges, architects, and masons. The residence of this officer was located on a hill rising on one side of the small valley. It was nicely shaded, and commanded a view over the adjoining lowlands, which were all sawas. At this place I saw some of the beautiful little musk deer of this region, a deer that is only about 1.5 feet high, without antlers, and weighs less than a rabbit. There were more than a dozen monkeys in the backyard. Some of them were of the dog-like species, others with long tails and long limbs. Some of them were extremely restless, while others sat still and looked so grave and dignified as to be more comical than their mischievous companions. There are 10 species on this island, none of which are found in Java, while the 4 species of Java are never seen here. Such a limit does the Strait of Sunda form to the fauna of these 2 islands, although it is only 15 miles wide in some places, and islands are nearly midway from either shore. The most remarkable of the apes found on the island is the orangutan, which lives in the lowlands in the northern and eastern parts of the island. The governor at Padang had a live one that had been sent him from that region. She was more than 3 feet high and very strong. Escaping one time from the box where she was fastened, she climbed a neighboring shade tree and commenced breaking off large limbs and placing them in a fork of the tree until she had made herself a nice resting place. That, however, not being high enough, she climbed up nearly to the top of the tree and then broke all the twigs near her, and thus formed a second couch. She did not sway to and fro continually, as many monkeys do, but used to sit quietly picking off all the foliage within her reach, and then took up another position and demolished the foliage there in the same manner. It is very singular this animal is found on Sumatra and Borneo, and has never been seen on the Malay Peninsula, which almost lies between them. February 27 at 7:30 am started on horseback for Lubu Sikping. At first the road led through the lowland near Bondial, and then crossing a rapid stream began to ascend a narrow winding valley. My little pony took me up the steep places apparently with as little exertion as if we were ascending a gentle acclivity. Like all the saddle and carriage horses used in the archipelago, he was a stallion, it being considered among all these islands as disgraceful for a man to ride or drive a mare as it would be in our land for a farmer to plow with a yoke of cows. Even geldings are never seen, and, as would naturally be expected, the stallions, unless remarkably well trained, are very vicious, and, worse than all, extremely capricious, springing, or kicking, or halting, without any provocation, and without giving their rider the slightest warning, but, when they are perfectly trained, they are among the finest saddle horses in the world, they are so fleet and so sure-footed. In a short time the narrow valley changed into a deep ravine, and the road continued to ascend along one of its steep sides, and became so narrow that I was afraid my horse would lose his footing in the soft clay, and that we should both go down to certain destruction on the rocks that raised their ragged jaws above the spray of the foaming torrent below. A dark forest of primeval, gigantic trees covered the sides of the mountains above us, and crossing a rickety bridge we found many of their huge trunks lying across our path. They had lived to their allotted age and had not fallen by the hand of man. This road has been lately made, and already great fissures in its outer edge show that it is quite ready to slide down the mountain. Large troops of monkeys have established themselves in this dark gorge, and just when I was in the most dangerous place they made a frightful noise, some trumpeting, some screeching, and some making a prolonged shrill whistling, yet I could only see 1 or 2, though the natives who were building the road assured me that the tops of the trees were full of them. While in this deep ravine I crossed the equator for the third time since I entered the archipelago. I had now climbed up 1,400 feet during my short ride, and was therefore 2,100 feet above the sea. To the northwest there now opened out before me a long, narrow, gently descending valley, like the one I had left behind. In fact, this watershed is merely a transverse ridge which unites the Barazan chain with the chain parallel to it, in the same way as it is done by the transverse ranges in which the Merapi and the Sago rise. This appears to be naturally as fruitful a region as the Minangkabau country proper, and was undoubtedly included within the limits of that empire during its most flourishing period. This valley is generally very poorly cultivated, on account of the small numbers of its population. By the wayside were a number of coffee gardens. The trees were well filled with fruit, but they had been greatly neglected, and the tall grass was rapidly choking them. A few miles farther on I came to Lubu Sikping, where we were to rest until the next day. A native opziner, or overseer, was stationed here to receive the coffee from the adjoining plantations. He had not heard of our coming, and was quite surprised to see a stranger here in such a remote spot among the mountains, and not the less so when I informed him that the inspector was just behind me, and that I only chanced to be in advance because, from what I had heard of the road in the gorge, I had no fancy to ride through it in a wide carriage. He received us, however, like all the other officials, in the most polite manner, and was evidently glad that something had occurred to break up the dull routine of such a life of exile. It was market day here, and, as soon as I met some of the natives returning to their homes, I saw that they were a different people from those of the Minangkabau country, and the overseer told me that they are not natives of this particular region, but belong to the wild tribe of Lubus, which I should see farther up the valley, and that it is for this reason that this place is called Lubu Sikping. They now build houses like those of other Malays. They are better formed people than the Javanese, and closely resemble in their features the Orang Lot, or common Malays of the coast regions. Their favorite holiday dress is chiefly a bright scarlet. Half an hour after I arrived here the inspector came. He had found the road so narrow in one or two places that the natives had to push out planks beyond the outer edge of the road to support the outside wheels of the carriage, and I was glad that I came on horseback, though, when I led the vicious brute, I had to keep a constant watch to prevent him from seizing my wrist in his teeth. At 5 p.m. we walked out to enjoy the grand scenery in the vicinity. The level plateau here, which is 1,500 feet above the sea, is bounded on the northeast side by an exceedingly steep, almost overhanging range of mountains, whose several crests appear to be 5,000 feet above us. It was one of the most imposing sights I witnessed on that island of high mountains. Mount Ophir is just west of this place, and at sunset we saw it through a gap in the mountains near us, resting its lofty purple summit against the golden sky. February 28th. I find it much more agreeable to ride on horseback most of the time, because I can stop or turn round when I please, and the opziner has therefore given me a horse to go the next 10 pals. For all that distance the scenery was much like that described last night, except that the valley kept widening as we progressed northward, and, therefore, the mountains, being farther from us, were not so imposing. When we had come to the limit of the overseer's territory, another living in the next district met us and travelled with us to his little house, where we dined on venison while he entertained us with tiger stories. Only a few days before we arrived he had seen a tiger in the road but little more than a rifle shot from his house, and, indeed, the deer that supplied the venison we were eating had been shot in his own garden, where it had evidently been chased by one of those ferocious beasts. At the opziner's houses there is a regular price for everything furnished, and you order what you please, though one can seldom feast on venison, and must generally satisfy his hunger on chickens and eggs, and, to receive both of these different articles, he needs only to order the latter. In the houses of all officials of a higher rank than Opziners it would be considered no less than an insult to offer to pay for your lodging. From this place I rode with the inspector a distance of 25 miles to Rau, the chief village in this valley. We had not gone far before we came into herds of buffaloes, which are more than half wild and said to be very dangerous, but the natives that accompanied us kept up a loud shouting, and the herd leaped to the right and left into the jungle and tall grass, and allowed us to pass on unmolested. The people here sometimes shoot them, but consider it a most dangerous kind of sport, for they say that when one is wounded, but not fatally, he will certainly turn and pursue the hunter, and, if he can overtake him, will quickly gore him to death. On our way we crossed several long, covered bridges, one of which was so low and our horse so unmanageable, that we came near losing the top of our carriage before we could throw it back. 2 or 3 of them were so bent down in the middle by only a buffalo and a native occasionally crossing them, that I was unwilling to risk myself in the carriage, and jumped out and crossed them on foot. One vibrated up and down in such a manner that I certainly expected at the next moment I should see the inspector, horse, bridge, and all, in the midst of the stream below. This stream begins at Lubusaikping, and, after flowing northwest to Rau, where it is called Sumper, it curves to the northeast, and, receiving tributaries during its course, flows until it empties into the Strait of Malacca. The coffee raised in this valley is transported in patatas from Lunda, a small village south of this place, over a high, difficult way to Ayar Bangis, on the west coast. Sometimes a hot simum sweeps up the valley from the south, parching up the vegetation and causing a severe illness to those foreigners who are exposed to it. The mountains here are much lower on the east than on the west, and, as there are no deep clefts in the Barazan chain here, as in the Minangkabau country, the Sumper is obliged to find its outlet to the east. The soil here is not as fertile as farther to the north, where it is somewhat higher, the elevation of this point being only 1,000 feet. Here we see the benefit of the transverse ranges that connect the Barazan to its parallel chain. At Bondial, in the next valley to the south, where we were yesterday, we found the bottom of the valley abounding in rich vegetation, though that was 300 feet lower than this place, because that valley is so short that the air has no room to become heated to a dry simuum, which can wither the vegetation as it sweeps along. It is, therefore, in this valley that the simuum is formed, not on the high mountains that border it or on the adjacent ocean. March 1 St left Rau at 6 a.m., for we have another long day's journey before us. As yesterday, the road led along the bottom of the valley, but soon a range of mountains appeared before us, and we began to ascend along the side of a deep ravine. The rock here was exposed, and proved to be a soft sandstone covered with clay. Here we came to a third watershed 2,150 feet high, and could look back down the valley of Rau to the southeast. Its length in a right line, from this watershed to that at the gorge near Lubusaikping, is 30 geographical miles, but, instead of being straight, it curves to the northeast, and is of a crescent form, widest in the middle, and gradually narrowing toward the extremities. In its broadest part it is not more than 6 or 8 miles wide. We now turned to the northwest, and began to descend into another valley, that of Mondeling. Here the mountains are quite devoid of forests, and only covered with a tall, rank, useless grass, the Andropogon caricosum. At Marasipangai, the first village we came to in this valley, we found we were among an entirely new people, the Batas, or Bataks. They also belong to the Malay race, but have an alphabet and a language of their own. Each of their villages usually consists of only a single street, which is straight, and not necessarily parallel to the road. Here it was market day, and, while we stopped to rest, I had a good opportunity of observing them. The women generally wore only a sarong fastened at the waist and descending to the knee, the upper part of the body being wholly uncovered. As we passed, the younger women made up for this deficiency to the best of their ability with the scarf in which they were carrying their children. These young women have the odd custom of wearing from 15 to 20 iron rings in each ear, and as many more on their arms above the wrist. A great many persons of both sexes, and even some children, were afflicted with that unsightly malady, goitre, and had large swellings, generally on the neck, though I noticed one at the lower end of the breastbone. The cause assigned here by the Dutch officials for this disease is that these people have been accustomed to use very little salt, the iodine contained in that condiment being supposed to act as a preventive to the development of the disease. It is said to seldom or never appear among those Malays who have lived on the sea coast for several generations, and I do not remember to have seen a single case in such a locality. The marketplace was nothing but a shed, and here a few Chinese and Arabs were displaying cotton cloth, knives, and ornaments, and the natives had brought dried and smoked fish, which they catch in these mountain streams, also bananas, jambas or rose apples, and a kind of fruit like that from which the guava jelly is made. Rice is the chief article of food of the natives here, with dried fish and bananas, and a few eggs and chickens. From this village we rode to Cotonopan, our way again descending along a large foaming brook, in which the opziner of that district assured me the natives were accustomed to wash for gold, which they still obtain, though only in small quantities. Here we passed the grave of a Bada. It consisted of a rectangular mound, with a wooden image of a horse's head on one end, and a part of a horse's tail fastened to the other, the mound forming his body. At each of the four corners was an image of a nude man or woman. Over the whole was a rude roof supported on 4 posts, and around the whole was placed a row of sticks 4 feet high, and a foot or 2 apart, bearing on their tops small flags of white cloth. This tendency to ornament graves we have already noticed among the aborigines of the Minahassa. It is also seen, but in a more revolting form, in the Papuan temple at Dori. March 2d from Cotonopan we have come to Fort Ilaut, after a journey of more than ordinary danger. For the first 5 miles our road was very good, but then we found it completely overgrown with tall grass. So long as it was over the level lands there was little danger, but soon it changed to the flanks of a spur, thrown out by the chain that formed the northeastern boundary of the valley. There it became very narrow, and the tall grass completely hid its outer edge. Besides, our horse was wholly unaccustomed to a carriage, and only half trained, and every few moments took it into his head to stop so short that we had to hold on to the carriage all the time, or at an unexpected moment find ourselves going over the fender. The road was now taking us out toward the end of the spur, the ravine was growing deeper and deeper with an alarming rapidity, and I began to wish myself out of the carriage, but the inspector was unwilling to stop the horse for fear we could not get him started again. A Malay was guiding our wild steed by the bit, and away we were dashing at full gallop, when suddenly, as we rounded the spur, the road, which was cut in the rock, was so narrow that the outside wheels of the carriage were just on its outer edge, and from that verge the rock descended in such a perpendicular precipice that I could look from my seat in the carriage down fully 200 feet, with a boiling torrent beneath me. It was evidently too late to jump then, so I seized hold of the carriage, determined not to go off before my companion, the inspector, who, realizing at once our great danger, and perceiving that the only thing that we could do was to keep the horse going at the top of his speed, shouted to the horse, and, in the same breath, threatened to take off the Malay's head if he should let go of the bridle. Some fragments of rock had fallen down into the road, and our four-wheel, on the inner side, struck these with such violence that I thought certainly we should be thrown off the narrow shelf down the precipice. For 2 minutes we seemed to hang in the air, and then the road widened. I drew a long breath of relief, and then bounded out over the wheel onto the solid ground, before I could fully satisfy myself that, thanks to a kind providence and the force of gravitation, I was really safe. Riding along a precipice. The inspector said that he had traveled many thousand miles in Java, in all manners of ways, and through all manners of dangers, but was never so frightened before, and that he would not go back that way in a carriage for 10,000 guilders. If we had only known what we were coming to, we could have got out and walked, but it was already too late when we saw the danger. I determined to ride no farther in the carriage that day, and made our guide exchange places with me, and give me his horse. This dangerous place the natives call Kabajatu, where the buffaloes fall. Only a short time before, a Malay was driving a single buffalo to market along this way, when he shied a little, went off headlong, and was dashed in pieces on the rocks beneath. A short distance beyond this place we changed horses, at a little settlement of the Lubas. Their houses are scattered over the mountainside, and not gathered into one place. They are 10 or 15 feet long, and 8 or 10 wide, and perched on high poles. The walls are made of bamboo, and the roofs are thatched with straw, like all that we have seen since leaving Lubu Sikping, instead of a top, which is used by all the natives farther south. The officials here informed me that these people eat bananas, and probably most fruits, maize, dogs, monkeys, and even snakes, but never rice, and this is the more strange because it is the staple article of food among their neighbors. They are yet slaves to their Raja, just as the people of all the tribes in this vicinity were before they were conquered by the Dutch, for the Lubas, so far as we know, remain as they were in the most ancient times. Here I enjoyed a magnificent view of the active volcano Sarat Merapi, the summit of which is 5,900 feet above the sea. It is not a separate mountain like the Merapi of the Minangkabau country, but merely a peak in the Barazan chain. From its top a jet of opaque gas rose into the clear, blue sky, while small cumuli came up behind the coast chain from the ocean, and seemed to settle on its highest summits, as if weary, and wishing to rest, before they continued their endless flight through the sky. When we again came to the bottom of the valley, we found what seemed to us a wonder a smooth, well-graded road, bordered on either side with a row of beautiful shade trees. All the lowland in this vicinity is used for sawas, and the rice, which was mostly 2/3 grown, waved most charmingly in the light wind, that reminded me of our summer breezes. The inspector, who was an old gentleman, felt somewhat worn out with such incessant jolting, and, as I had been traveling without stopping for 8 days, I was only too glad to have one day of rest also. At sunset, as is always the custom in these tropical lands, we took an evening walk. The many fires now raging in the tall grass that covers the lower flanks of the mountains have so filled the air with smoke, that when the sun had sunk behind the serrated crest of the Barazan, the whole horizon for 20 degrees and to a considerable height was lighted up with one unvarying golden glow. Here the Barazan is composed of 4 or 5 parallel ranges, which rise successively one above the other until the last forms the highest elevation in that chain. These different ranges were of various shades of color, that the nearest to us, or the lowest, being the darkest, and those above it of a lighter and lighter hue up to the highest range, which had a bright border of gold along its crest, and from that line to where we stood the air seemed filled with a purple dust. As the daylight faded, the fires in the tall grass on the hillsides became more distinct, sometimes advancing in a broad, continuous band, and sometimes breaking up into an irregular, beaded line. Soon afterward the moon rose as charmingly in the east as the sun just gloriously set in the west. First a diffuse light appeared along the mountain tops and whitened the fleecy cumuli hovering over their summits. Then that part of the sky grew brighter and brighter until the light of the full moon fell like a silver cascade over the serrated edge of the high mountains and rested on the tops of the hills below. An assistant resident is stationed here at Fort Ilaut, who has charge of this fruitful valley of Mondeling, which is wholly inhabited by the Batas. The territory between this valley and the west coast is also inhabited by this rude people. The resident explained to us the trouble taken by the government and the expense it was incurring, in order to teach them to read and write, and cultivate the land. One time the older children burned all the books given them by the government, supposing that, of course if they had no books, they would not be required to go to school. Earthquakes are frequent here, and, but a short time since, 7 shocks occurred in one day. All came from the south, exactly from the direction where the Serrat Merapi is seen burning. Most of them were accompanied by a noise, which preceded the shock long enough for the resident to remark to a friend, "There comes another," before the shock itself was perceived. Here we saw many hanging birds' nests, most ingeniously constructed. They were made of fine grass, woven into a mass having the form of a pear or gourd, from 8 inches to a foot long. The smaller part is attached to the end of a drooping twig, and on the bottom at one side is the opening of a tube about 1.5 inches in diameter. This rises vertically for 4 or 5 inches and then curves over and descends like a siphon. At the end of the short part of the siphon the tube is enlarged to a spherical cavity, and here the ingenious bird lays her eggs. In order to appreciate the remarkable skill required to make the nest, it would be necessary for one to see a series of them, from those which have been just begun to those that are nearly finished, for the tube which is to lead to the nest is not formed by blades of grass wound into rings or a helix, but is built up from a single direction until the 2 curving sides meet. Among the sawas are small artificial pools, where fish are raised as in China, a custom probably introduced by the Chinese themselves. After these shallow pools have been used for this purpose a year or 2, the fish are taken out, the larger ones sent to market, and the smaller ones transferred to another pond. The water in the first pool is then drained off, and its bottom becomes a fruitful rice field. In this manner the natives allow their land to lie fallow, and at the same time make it yield a good crop. March 4th at 6 a.m., started from Rao for Padang Sidempuan, at the northern end of this valley, which begins on the south at Marasipangai, where we first saw the Batas. All day our route has been in the bottom of the valley, at a general elevation of 1,000 feet. Sometimes we passed over gentle undulations, but usually over one monotonous level area covered with tall grass, in which were interspersed large clumps of shrubbery. In one village there were 2 most enormous waringin trees, under which the villagers had prepared a rude table. On this they had spread young cocoa nuts, and bananas, apparently the only kinds of fruit they had to offer. As we advanced, the mountains on our right dwindled until they formed hills, whose tops were only 500 or 600 feet above the plateau in which we were traveling. Before us rose another great transverse ridge, in which towered up the peak of Liburaja to a height of over 6,200 feet above the sea. It is the highest mountain in the Bata lands, as the Dutch call the high plateaus of Silindang and Toba, which lie north of this transverse ridge, and are beyond the limits of the territory subject to the government of the Netherlands India. Soon after we arrived, the controller received a letter from a Bata chief. It was nothing but a piece of young bamboo a couple of inches in diameter and about 6 inches long. On this had been scratched, with a blunt needle, characters of various shapes, quite intricate, but not having by any means the barbarous appearance of those used by the Chinese. The object of this letter was to inform the controller that during a recent rain a bridge near the Raja's village had been washed away. Unlike the Chinese language, where every character is a word, the Bada is an alphabetic language, and one of their own invention. As spoken by the various branches of this tribe, it differs only to the degree of dialects, and the language is, therefore, a unit. The religion of this people is a belief in evil spirits and omens. The place where their aboriginal civilization sprang up was probably in the neighboring plateau of Silindong and on the borders of Lake Toba. Thence they seem to have spread over all the area they now occupy in the interior and to the sea coast on either side. In later times the people of Minangkabau, or Malays proper, extended their power along the coast and made the Badas an inland people. The strangest fact concerning this people, who have come to such a state of civilization as to invent an alphabet of their own, is, that all of them, beyond the territory under the Dutch government, are cannibals. Those living on this plain also feasted on human flesh until the Dutch conquered them, and obliged them to give up such a fiendish custom. The Raja of Siparak assured the governor at Padang that he had eaten human flesh between 30 and 40 times, and that he had never in all his life tasted anything that he relished half as well. This custom has prevailed among the Badas from time immemorial. From Marco Polo's writings we learn that, as early at least as in 1290, they were addicted to their present revolting habits. Sir Stamford Raffles, who visited Tapanula Bay in 1820, was informed that anyone who should be convicted of the following 5 crimes must be cut up alive: for adultery, midnight robbery, in wars, where prisoners were taken, intermarrying in the same tribe, and for a treacherous attack on any house, village, or person. The facts which came to my knowledge while in this region, and the statements of the Dutch officials and of the natives themselves, entirely confirm this account of their customs and laws, except in regard to that against intermarrying. Such are yet the practices of the people in this immediate vicinity, and such, not many years ago, were those of all the people among whom we had been traveling for the last 4 days. Here, and at several other places in the interior, I have seen young trees of a species of cinnamon, Caumanus, or sweetwood of the Malays. Its leaves and bark have a considerable aroma, but it is not the true cinnamon of Ceylon, nor that of Cochin China nor China. Cinnamons of one or more species occur also in Java, Borneo, Luzon, and Maguindanao. As our carriage needed repairing, and both the inspector and I were becoming fatigued, we therefore rested at this place for a day. March 6th started early in the carriage for Lumut, in a westerly direction. Our road continued to ascend until we reached the watershed formed by the Barazan, and were 2,500 feet above the sea. We now passed out of the great valley of Mondeling, which is 55 miles long in a right line, but only from 6 to 10 miles broad. The descent from the watershed toward the sea is gradual, but the road is execrable and exceedingly narrow at best, and wholly covered, except a narrow footpath, with tall grass. Besides, our horses had never been harnessed to a carriage before, and, after many fruitless attempts to guide them, I said to the inspector that the only way we should be able to proceed would be to make the wild natives, who gathered to look on, haul us themselves. He replied that that would be perfectly impossible, for they respect no one but the governor. However, I noticed that they recognized our American as the one the governor had used in traveling that way once before, the only time a carriage had ever been seen on the road, and jumping out, directed our Malay attendants, who could speak their language, to say to them the governor wished us to take the American through to Sibaga, and every man must help us obey his command. This chanced to strike them favorably, and their Rajas detailed some 20 to haul us as far as the next village. I selected 3 of the tallest and fleetest and placed them between the thills, and ranged others outside to haul, by means of long rattans fastened to the forward axle, and a suitable proportion behind to hold back by a rattan secured to the hind part of the carriage as we went downhill. All being in their places, I jumped into the carriage. A wild yell was raised, and away we dashed down a gradual descent, as if we were drawn by a racehorse. The road became steeper and steeper, and we flew faster and faster. Those behind had evidently forgotten what was expected of them. Those in front, who were outside of the thills, dropped the rattan and leaped aside for fear of the rattling wheels behind them, and those in the thills shouted out all sorts of implorings and execrations against those behind, who seemed to enjoy the discomfiture of their fellows too much to hold back at all. When we reached the bottom of the long hill, the men in the thills were the only ones near the carriage. The others were scattered at intervals all the way down the hill, but were coming on as fast as they could. All seemed in the best of temper, except those in the thills, who gave a spirited lecture to the others, but at once all formed as before, and took us up the succeeding hill. The inspector was in constant apprehension of some mishap, but I thought we might as well be drawn by wild men as wild horses. Just before we arrived at each village, the Raja of that place met us with men enough to take us on to the next kampung, and sometimes we had 40 or 50 of them drawing us at a time. On the level lands they usually took us along at a fast canter, shouting and screaming, and leaping, as if they were half mad. At noon we came to the famous suspension bridge of Rattan, of which I had been hearing the most frightful accounts for the last 100 miles. At once I took off my shoes to avoid slipping, and hastened down the airy, oscillating way, without allowing myself to look down and become giddy at the fearful depth beneath me. At the middle it rests on the tops of tall trees, which grow up from a small island in the torrent far below. It has been constructed by first stretching across 3 large rattans. On them narrow strips of boards are placed transversely, and fastened at each end by strips of common rattan. Other rattans, starting from the ground at a little distance back of the bank, pass above the branches of high camphor trees that grow on the edge of the chasm in which the torrent flows. Descending from these branches in a sharp curve, they rise again steeply at the farther end of the bridge. From these rattans vertical lines are fastened to the rattans below them, exactly as in our suspension bridges, and thus all parts are made to aid in supporting the weight. At each bank the bridge is some 8 feet wide, but it narrows toward the middle until it is only 2 feet, where it vibrates the most. I had been directed to go over, if possible, at a hurried walk, and thus break up the oscillating motion, and particularly cautioned against seizing the side of the bridge, lest it might swing to the opposite side and throw me off into the abyss beneath. When I had gone halfway across the first span I found that one of the cross boards, on which I was just in the act of placing my foot, had become loose and slipped over to one side, so that, if I had stepped as I had intended, I should have put my foot through, if indeed I had not fallen headlong and been dashed on the rocks in the torrent more than 100 feet beneath me. I therefore stopped instantly, and allowed myself to swing with the bridge until it came to a state of rest, and then again went on slowly, and safely reached the opposite bank. My companions, who stood on the bank behind me, became greatly alarmed when they saw me stop in the midst of the long span, and were sure that I had either become giddy, or was frightened, and that, in either case, I would grasp hold of the side of the bridge contrary to their express orders. Hanging Bridge of Bamboo, Sumatra. The difficulty in crossing this bridge, which is as flexible as Manila rope, is so great, not only because it oscillates to the right and left, but because there is a vertical motion, and its whole floor, instead of moving in one piece, is continually rolling in a series of waves. An official, who had taken very careful measurements of it in order to make an estimate of the cost of erecting a true bridge, for this airy way does not deserve such a substantial name, gave me the following figures: total length, 374 feet, height of the middle and lowest part of the first span above the torrent, 108 feet, height of the middle and lowest part of the second span, 137.5 feet. The inspector then came over safely, and we walked a short distance to a neighboring village while the natives were taking our carriage to pieces and bringing them over one at a time. Although I am not one of those who allow themselves to be constantly tortured by presentiments and omens, I could not rid myself of an impression that some accident was going to happen to those who were bringing over the carriage, and went back to see for myself what they were doing. The wheels and top were over, and 6 natives were bringing the body, which, though quite large, was very light. They had already crossed the long span, and were coming on to the short one. Is it possible, I said to myself, that such a slight structure can hold such a weight at such a great leverage? We shall soon see, for they are rapidly coming to the middle of the second span. At the next instant there was a loud, sharp crack, like the report of a pistol. One of the large rattans that went over the high branches of the camphor trees and supported the sides, had parted at one of its joints. The officer who had charge of the bridge, and was standing by my side, seized me by the shoulder in his fright. As soon as the rattan on one side broke, the bridge gave a fearful lurch in the opposite direction, but the natives all knew they must keep perfectly quiet and allow themselves to swing, and, finally, when it had become still, they came on carefully and safely reached the bank. The officer and I both believed that the moment one of the rattans broke, the others, having of course to support a much greater weight, would also break, and that we should hear a few more similar crackings, and see all the natives fall headlong down nearly 140 feet into the boiling torrent beneath, which is so rapid that only a few days ago a buffalo, that was standing in the side of the stream above the bridge, lost his footing and was carried down without being able to reach either bank. The carriage was soon put together again, and a good number of natives detailed to haul us to the next village, and away we dashed along, and that fearful place was soon hidden from our view. From this point to Lumut our road extended over a hilly, undulating country, in which we crossed a number of small streams on rafts of bamboo. Lumut we found to be only an opziner's station. A Malay teacher is also employed here by the government, but the general appearance of the people has changed little since they were accustomed to enjoy their cannibal feasts, and this is true of all the natives we have seen this side of Padang Sidempuan. Most of the Rajas we have seen today have worn garments profusely ornamented with gold. The headdress of each usually consisted of a short turban so wound around the head that the two ends hung down in front, and to these were fastened small, thin pieces of gold of a diamond or circular form. They also wear short jackets which are usually trimmed with a broad band of gold, though a few had silver instead. At the waist is worn a belt on which is worn in front a large diamond-shaped ornament 4 or 5 inches long, made of thin gold and ornamented with flowers and scrolls. When at Rao, we visited a native who was famous for his skill in manufacturing such golden ornaments. The leaves which he made on them were remarkably well proportioned, and the details very correctly wrought in, and we admired his skill the more when he came to show us his tools, which consisted of a flat stone for an anvil, a hammer, and 2 or 3 large, blunt awls. Having beaten the gold out into thin sheets of the desired form, he made the leaves rise in relief by forming a corresponding groove on the opposite or inner side. In other cases he had formed the gold into small wire, which was bent into helices for ornaments to be placed on the front of such articles as buttons. At Fort Dakok this business is carried on so extensively as to form an important branch of the internal trade. The metal generally used there is silver, the coin imported by the Dutch, for we have no reason to suppose that that metal is found on this island. They make models of their houses, of leaves, flowers, and all the principal fruits, which are sent to Padang, where they find a ready demand among the foreigners, who send them as presents to their friends in Europe. We have just been honored by a call from the 2 Rajas of this little village of Lumut. The bands of gold on their jackets were 2 inches broad, an indication that the precious metal must be obtained in all this region in very considerable quantities. Ever since entering the southern end of the valley of Mondeling, I have been repeatedly informed that the natives obtained gold by washing in their vicinity. At Fort Ilaut the resident showed me a nugget, as large as a pigeon's egg, which a native had just found in a neighboring stream where they had certainly been at work for centuries. Washing seems to be almost the only mode adopted by the natives for obtaining gold, and I heard of only one place where they have ever attempted to take it from the rock. That place is in the mountains west of Rao. March 7th early this morning continued on for Sibaga, with the satisfactory feeling that this day would be the last of our long and difficult journey. The road for 10 miles led through a deep forest of gigantic camphor trees, Dryobalanops camphora, the tall, straight trunks of which rose up like lofty columns. From their high branches hung down hundreds of the cord-like roots of a parasite. The camphor oil is obtained from these trees by making a small cavity in the trunk near the ground, and the fluid dripping into this cavity is the oil. After a tree has been dead for a long time, it is cut down and split up, and layers of pure camphor are found crystallized in thin plates in the fissures, where the wood in dying has slightly split open. This is known as camphor barus, from Barus, a village on the coast a short distance to the north, because such crystallized camphor was formerly exported from that place. The Chinese and Japanese, who suppose it possesses the most extravagant healing properties, pay enormous prices for it, while, except that it is somewhat purer, it is probably not any better than that they make themselves by distillation from the wood of the cinnamon camphora. The camphor tree is not only valuable for the camphor it yields, but also for its timber, which is very straight and free from knots and other imperfections. This is a favorite region for tigers, and I have seen 1 or more skins at the house of each official. A short time since, an elephant came down here from the interior, but the natives failed to secure so valuable a prize. Herds of them are said to frequently appear in the Silindong Plateau. The tusks of one taken here lately were sold for 1,000 guilders, 400 Mexican dollars. On our way we passed 8 or 10 houses of Batas, who had come down from the mountains. They were placed on posts like those we have been seeing, but the gable ends, instead of being perpendicular, slant outward, so that the ridgepole, which comes up high at each end, is much longer than the floor. Over a number of these streams we found long suspension bridges, but none were high as that over the Batang Taro. Ascending to the crest of a mountain range, some 600 or 800 feet in height, we found before us a grand view of the high mountains, stretching in a semicircle around the Bay of Tapanuli, of the low land at their feet, and of a part of the bay itself. A steep, zigzag way took us down nearly to the level of the sea, and led us over the lowland to the village of Sibaga, a small Dutch settlement and military station at the head of the bay. Chapter 14. Return to Padang. Back of Sibaga rises a high peak, and from its summit I was confident that I could enjoy a magnificent view over the whole bay. A native engaged to show me the way to its top, but after we had traveled a long distance I found he had even less idea of how we were to reach the desired spot than I had myself. Other natives gave me directions, but that day was too far spent for such a journey, and I therefore made my pretended guide travel with me the next day for nothing, as a punishment for his lying. Following up a stream back of the settlement, we took a minor valley to the south, and discovered a narrow path by which the Batas sometimes come down from the interior. This led up through a thick forest to a large place where that people had partially cleared the land by burning down the trees. In the irregular spaces between the stumps they had planted pineapples and yams, which were both thriving remarkably well. When we had gained that place I found the desired peak still above us. My attendant now begged me not to attempt to reach it, lest, as I afterward learned, from his fear of the Bhattas than from his fear of the evil spirit who is said to inhabit that high point, and whom he believed we should certainly meet. But we gained the summit without meeting any unearthly intruders. There I found the whole bay and its shores spread out before me like a map. The broad coral banks bordering several of the points and islands were of a light clay color in the dark blue water, which was only here and there ruffled by the light morning breezes then moving over its limpid surface. This bay is said to closely resemble the Bay of Rio Janeiro by those who have seen both. To the north it has a long arm, but on the south its boundary is sharply defined when viewed from the lofty point where I stood, while off the mouth of the bay was the high island of Menzala, its hills making a sharply serrated line against the sky. On another occasion I made an excursion in a boat some 6 miles toward the northern end of the bay to look at some layers of coal. Leaving the boat we went a short distance up the side of a range of hills on the northwest side of the bay, and, crossing 2 small ridges that ran down to the shore, found the bed of a brook, which at that season was dry. In one of its sides were seen the layers of coal, approximately parallel to the surface of the hills, and resting on clay schists, to which they appeared perfectly conformable. Crossing another low ridge, we came down into the bed of another brook, where the same strata were again seen. The coal here is very impure, except near the middle layers, and appears to be of little commercial value, neither is the prospect flattering for finding other strata of a better quality beneath those seen at the surface. Although I looked carefully, I could detect no leaves or stems of plants, or any organic remains, by which the geological age of this coal could be determined, but the position of the layers parallel to the surface, or last folding the strata have undergone, agrees with its mineral characters in placing it, like the other coals of Sumatra, in the tertiary period. As I came to Sibaga from the south, over the lowland around the bay, I noticed on my right a high, perpendicular cliff composed of recent strata that were horizontal, and which must have been deposited beneath the ocean, because the opposite side of the valley is open to the sea, with only hills at intervals along its shore, and even their forms indicate that they are of the same sedimentary origin. This cliff the natives call in Malay the Rumah Satan, or the Devil's Dwelling. It was on the western declivity of the mountains which sweep round parallel to the shore. The resident gave orders to the Raja of Sibuluan, a native village about 4 miles south of Sibaga, to go with me and show me the way. When I came to that village I found the Raja was a young man, and evidently afraid of such an undertaking. In the first place, we must be exposed to the cannibal Bhattas, and even travel among them, but I assured him that, so far from making me desire to turn back, only made me the more anxious to go on, for I liked to see all kinds of people, and I had no fear that the Bhattas would eat me. Finding he could not induce me to give up what he evidently considered a most venturesome journey, he summoned the largest man in his kampung and armed him with a long, rusty sword. Several others were also ordered to accompany us, though the Raja seemed to rely chiefly on the brave who carried his arms. As for me, the only weapon with which I was provided was a pocket knife, but I think now that I underrated the danger then, and that if I were going on the same excursion again I should take a revolver at least. From Sibuluan our course was along a large stream. Soon we came to a Bata village, where a cupola and 2 men joined us, to act as our guides and also to increase my bodyguard, which, even then, would have been far from formidable if any real danger had presented itself, and they had had a good opportunity to run away. The rough path that we were following came to a stream which I was compelled to wade, and found so deep that it rose to my arms. Besides, the current was so strong that I was glad to have the assistance of a native on either side. The sand and sharp gravel were thus washed into my shoes, and as I learned we should have to cross that stream some 10 times, for such a road do these wild cannibals use, I quickly prepared myself to go barefoot. We had now come into a deep gorge, The sun poured down his most scorching rays, the rocks and sand were so hot that it seemed they would blister my feet, and even the Malays complained. The next ford was just above a series of rapids. I was clad in a suit of blue flannel, which absorbed so much water that I found I was in great danger of being swept away by the torrent. I concluded that I had better adopt the costumes of the Malays. The Raja wore a new pair of chilanas, of the prevailing pattern, made in Achin. They are short-legged trousers, fastened at the waist and reaching nearly to the knee. I proposed that we exchange, but he declined to do that, and insisted on my keeping possession of my own habit, and using the article I desired, and in that costume I traveled till I came back to his village. In one place the torrent rolled up against a high precipice, but there chanced to be a horizontal crevice some distance above the water, and there, where scarcely a monkey would think of venturing, we were obliged to crawl along as best we could. This danger past, we had to cross back and forth over rapids by leaping from rock to rock, some of which were above and some just beneath the surface of the boiling torrent. Then we came to an area of high grass. The tall native, in accordance with the Raja's orders, marching ahead with the sword grasped in his right hand, and its naked, rusty blade resting on his bare arm, was, indeed, the personification of bravery, but, as I had little faith in the necessity of such a doughty warrior, I began to ridicule his appearance to the Raja, when suddenly our brave gave an ugly nasal grunt, and, brandishing his sword high over his head, brought it down with a heavy cutting stroke on some object in front of him. "What is the matter?" every one asked. A great snake was crossing the road, an agreeable thing to hear, considering that I had no clothing on below the knee, but, while he was flourishing his weapon and getting ready to strike, the reptile had glided away in the tall grass. The Raja now showed me a spot by the wayside where a Bada, who had been guilty of adultery, had been killed and eaten by his fellows not long before. All the others in the party confirmed the story in every particular. A little farther on was a Bada village consisting of 4 houses on high posts. One was small and stood apart from the others, and in that they stored their rice. To prevent the mice from reaching it, large projecting pieces of planks were placed on the tops of the posts. The walls, floor, and gable ends of the dwelling houses were made of plank, and the roof was a thatching of grass or straw. Having some curiosity to see the internal arrangements of a Bada house, I climbed up a ladder of 5 or 6 rounds at one end of the building, and took a place assigned me on the floor. There was no bench nor stool, nor anything of the kind, so, according to Bada etiquette, I rested my back against the side of the house. The whole building was in one room, without a shadow of any partition. From the number of the inmates, I saw that probably 4 families dwelt in this single apartment, and this suspicion was strengthened when I noticed a rude fireplace, without any chimney, in each corner. On inquiry, I was informed that my conjectures were true. "But how do you know," I asked, "what part belongs to one family and what to another? Where is your partition?" One of them, who could understand a little Malay, gravely rose, and, coming to my side in answer to my query, pointed to a crack in the floor. From this place the Raja had said I could obtain an unobstructed view of the cliff, but when we arrived there a neighboring hill completely hid it from view. He then excused himself by saying that he had never been there before, and, when I informed him that I must go on until I could see it perfectly, the tears actually stood in his eyes from fear, he was so certain we should meet with the evil spirit. One of the Badas, who knew the way, offered to be my guide, and I released the Raja from the resident's order to accompany me as far as I wished to go, and continued on, for I had no fear of meeting Apollyon in the next valley. 2 sections at right angles showed that the strata of this cliff were nearly horizontal, and composed of a light-colored clay, containing many coarse crystals of quartz. These materials had recently been formed by the decomposition of the adjoining cyanitic rocks, and had been arranged into layers by the action of water. The height to the top of the cliff from the bed of the brook I judged to be 800 feet, and that is at least 50 feet above the level of the sea, making the whole elevation which this part of the island has recently undergone to be 850 feet. When we returned to the Bada village, the Raja seemed greatly relieved, for he declared that he believed he should never see us again. Such are the superstitious terrors that constantly torture the imaginations of these ignorant people. On our return, a heavy rain set in, which completely drenched us and swelled the brook. Again and again the strong current came near sweeping us off the slippery rocks, while the lightning flashed in broad sheets and the thunders echoed and re-echoed in the deep ravine. The Malays who formed my guard then began to discuss in an undertone, without thinking that I overheard them, whether the evil spirit would not, after all, bring some dreadful misfortune on the white gentleman for daring to visit his abode. One suggested that the Badas might yet capture him on one of his dangerous excursions. Another said he would probably have an attack of fever, which I confess I myself considered probable, for after such exposure to the hot sun, and such a drenching, any man, even a native, is likely to find a keen burning in his veins the next morning. The Raja, however, replied to these unfavorable suggestions, that Tuan Allah would take pity on him, and not allow even the rain to harm him, for he was a good man, and it could not be very wicked in any one simply to go and see where the evil spirit lived. My feet and ankles had become so bruised from treading on the rough rocks in the bed of the torrent, and so cut from walking through the tall grass, that as soon as I reached my room I went to bed, and did not rise for 30 hours, but the Raja's predictions proved true, and I escaped without even an attack of fever. A few days afterward, a Raja came from his village on the coast near Barus, or Baros, a small port about 30 miles toward Achin. He said that some neighboring Badas had taken 2 of his men, and had already eaten one of them, and were keeping the other to eat him also, and that he came to Sibaga to ask the resident that soldiers be sent to compel those cannibals to deliver up their intended victim. Such a request, of course, it was not possible for the resident to grant, however much he might wish to do so, for the whole country is extremely mountainous, and covered with a dense, impenetrable forest, and the moment these Badas have finished their attack, they instantly retreat into the interior without allowing the Dutch the possibility of punishing them, except by subjugating the entire country, and that would be a work of the greatest difficulty, and one that would require much time and money, and bring no adequate recompense. It is such a common thing for the foreigners here at Sibaga to hear that one or more natives have been eaten in the neighboring mountains, that no one thinks of speaking of it as anything strange or even incredible. In the Silindong Valley 2 missionaries have been living for some time, trying to educate and convert the Badas. I met one of them with his bride at the governor's residence when I arrived at Padang. The lady had arrived but a short time before from Holland, and they were just then starting on their wedding tour to their future residence among the cannibals. The other missionary is now at this village, and I have just been present at his wedding. His wife is a young lady of not more than 17 summers, and what is stranger than all in both of these matches is, that neither of these gentlemen had seen his betrothed before she arrived, except in a miniature, which of course might or might not be a good likeness. It may relieve the curious for me to state that all parties are entirely satisfied. This missionary tells me that he knew of a Bada who had been guilty of stealing an article of only very little value according to their ideas of wealth, yet he was seized, his arms extended at full length and fastened to a bamboo, a sharpened prop placed under his chin, so that he could not move his head, and in this condition he was bound fast to a tree. The knife was then handed to the native who had lost the article, and he was ordered to step forward and cut out of the living man what piece he preferred. This he did promptly. The Raja took the second choice, and then the people finished the cold-blooded butchery, and thus their victim died. This revolting feast, he assures me, took place but a short distance from the village where he resides. How any lady can think of going to live among such dangers I cannot conceive, but Madame Pfeiffer, according to her account, went considerably farther than the place where these missionaries reside, and even reached the northern end of the Silindong Valley, but I am assured here, and she states nearly the same thing in her book, that the Bhattas only permitted her to return because they regarded her as a witch. 3 years after she performed that journey, 3 French priests were butchered and devoured, before they had come near to the farthest place she had reached alone. No Malay would have ever escaped who had gone so far into their country. A native of the island of Nias. The parts that are esteemed the greatest delicacies are the palms of the hands, and, after them, the eyes. As soon as a piece is cut out it is dipped, still warm and steaming, in sambal, a common condiment, composed of red or chili peppers and a few grains of coarse salt, ground up between 2 flat stones. Formerly it appears to have been the custom to broil the human flesh, for Mr. Marsden states that, in December, 1780, a native of Nias, who stabbed a Bhatta at Batang Taro, the river I crossed on the suspension bridge, was seized at 6 one morning, and, without any judicial process, was tied to a stake, cut in pieces with the utmost eagerness while yet alive, and eaten upon the spot, partly broiled, but mostly raw. It is probably on account of the difficulty of penetrating their inland and elevated country, and from the natural ferocity of these people, that the Mohammedan priests of the neighboring country of Minangkabau have failed to induce the Bhattas to adopt their religion. The first white men who went up far into the interior appear to have been Mr. Ward and Mr. Burton, 2 English missionaries, about the year 1820. They started from this place, and reached the Silindong Valley. Their object was to reach Lake Toba, but they were only obliged to return on account of their becoming seriously ill. The kindly manner in which they were treated is very different from the reception all other white men have received at the hands of these cannibals. It appears that the next white men who went up into the interior of this country were 2 American missionaries, Henry Lyman and Samuel Munson, graduates of Amherst College, and natives of Massachusetts. In 1835 they sailed from Batavia to Padang, and thence came directly up the coast to the Batu Islands, Pulau Nias, and this bay. From this village they went up into the interior toward Lake Toba, and when about 50 miles distant they were attacked and killed by the Bhattas. Considering the friendly reception given the former missionaries, I do not think this journey promised such an unhappy issue. The Bhattas certainly do not eat human flesh for lack of food, nor wholly to satisfy revenge, but chiefly to gratify their appetites. The governor at Padang informed me that these people gave him this odd origin of their cannibal customs. Many years ago one of their Rajas committed a great crime, and it was evident to all that, exalted as he was, he ought to be punished, but no one would take upon himself the responsibility to punish a prince. After much consultation they at last hit upon the happy idea that he should be put to death, but they would all eat a piece of his body, and in this way all would share in punishing him. During this feast each one, to his astonishment, found the portion assigned him a most palatable morsel, and they all agreed that whenever another convict was to be put to death they would allow themselves to gratify their appetites again in the same manner, and thus arose the custom which has been handed down from one generation to another till the present day. For many years after the discovery of a passage to the east by sea, pepper formed the principal article of trade, and even Vasco da Gama, who made this great discovery, appears not to have been satisfied with the results and prospects of his voyage until he had fully loaded his ships with it. At that time it was worth about 75 cents per pound in Europe. For a century afterward, so completely was this trade monopolized by the Portuguese and Dutch governments, that it constantly commanded even a higher price. Except salt, perhaps no other condiment is so universally used, and yet the natives, who cultivate it for the rest of the world, never use it themselves, just as we have already seen is the case with those Malays who raise cloves and nutmeg and mace. It was used by the Romans more than 2,000 years ago, and Pliny is surprised that people should go all the way to India to obtain a condiment that had nothing to recommend it but its pungency, amaritudo. In the early part of the century a very considerable trade in pepper was carried on by American vessels, chiefly from Boston and Salem, with this island, especially between this place and Achin, a region generally known to our sailors as the Pepper Coast. Serious troubles often arose between their crews and the natives, and in 1830 nearly all the officers and crew of the ship Friendship, of Salem, were overpowered and murdered but a little farther north. The region where the pepper vine is now mostly cultivated is south of Palembang, on the banks of the river Agan. In the archipelago it does not grow wild, and is only cultivated on Sumatra and a few of the Philippines. Its Javanese name, Marisha, is pure Sanskrit, and this as well as its distribution indicates that it was introduced from India. Here, at Tapanuli, are many natives of Achin, and their darker color and greater stature at once mark them as another people, and indicate that they are the descendants of natives of India and Malays, and this is completely in accordance with what we know of their history. The village of Achin is situated at the northwestern extremity of the island, on a small river 2 miles from where it empties into a bay, which is well sheltered by islands from the wind and sea in all seasons. On account of its good roadstead, and its being the nearest point to India in the whole archipelago, Achin appears to have been, for ages before the arrival of Europeans, the great mart for the Telangana traders from the eastern shores of the southern part of India. There they brought cotton fabrics, salt, and opium, and obtained in exchange tin, gold, pepper, cloves, nutmegs, mace, betel nuts, sulfur, camphor, and benzoin. When the Portuguese first arrived, in 1509, under Sequeira, at the neighboring city of Petir, Achin was tributary to that city, but in 1521 an energetic prince came to the throne. In 18 years he had conquered all the neighboring kingdoms, and his city became the great commercial emporium for all the western part of the archipelago. This prosperity it continued to enjoy for 150 years. Its fame even reached Europe, and the proudest sovereigns were anxious to obtain the favor of the king of Achin, and make commercial treaties with him. Here the English first appeared, in 1602, under Sir James Lancaster, who commanded a squadron of 4 ships, and was furnished with a letter from Queen Elizabeth LIII to the king, who had been a fisherman, and had only obtained the throne by murdering the prince who would have lawfully inherited it. Such was the humble appearance of the English in the East 2 centuries and a half ago. Little probably could even the far-seeing queen herself have imagined that one of her successors should reign over the 150 millions of Hindustan, that her eastern merchants would soon give up the trade in pepper with Sumatra, and in spices with the Moluccas, for the far more lucrative commerce in silks and teas with China, and especially that to the then unexplored continent of Australia citizens of her own kingdom would migrate, and there lay the foundation of the most enterprising, flourishing, and, what promises to be within the next century, the greatest power in all the East. When we started from Padang it was planned that a man of war should come to Sibaga and take us back, but we have been obliged to wait here 10 days, and now she has come only to take the Resident, and go to Sinkel, the farthest point up the coast held by the Dutch. The captain of the steamer on which I came from Surabaya to Batavia, however, has chanced to arrive in a little prague, in which he has been visiting several places along the coast for the purpose of ascertaining the facilities for obtaining timber to be used in constructing some government buildings at Padang. He is now on the point of sailing to the Batu Islands and thence to Padang, and proposes that I share the dangers of such a voyage in his little boat, an offer which I gladly accept, but Mr. Turvely, the inspector, prefers to wait for the return of the steamship. Our boat is about 30 feet long by 8 broad, and instead of being covered by a flat deck, has a steep roof, which descends on either side to the railing like the Javanese junks. Aft, where the tiller sweeps round, the deck is horizontal, but, as the stern is nearly as sharply pointed as the bow, there is little room to sit. We have one mast, with a large, tattered mainsail and 2 jibs. At midnight there was a little breeze from the land and we weighed anchor and stood to sea. In the morning we found ourselves becalmed about 5 miles from Tunkusnasai, a sharp, conical island, which forms the southern extremity of Tapanuli Bay. Somewhat more to the west was the high plateau-like island of Menzala. On its northwestern shore there is a waterfall, where the water leaps down some 200 feet directly into the sea. It is so high that when I was at Sibaga, people who have been at Barus assured me they have been able to see it when the sun shone on it, though the distance is some 16 miles. At sunset we were so far down the coast that it was time for us to change our course to the south if we would visit the Batu Islands. Our Malay captain was anxious that we should keep on our course to Padang. My friend said he cared very little to go to those islands, and when I looked at the ragged mainsail and realized that it would probably disappear in a moment if a heavy squall chanced to strike us, I gave my vote to continue on near the shore. Besides, the sky looked threatening, and we were evidently in a miserable vessel to live out a fresh gale and a heavy sea. Near midnight I was aroused by our boat pitching and rolling heavily, and the captain shouting out to his Malay crew all sorts of orders in rapid succession. Soon he came down to inform us, in the most trembling tones, it was so dark that it was not possible to see anything, and in a few moments we should all be drowned. I hurried on deck, more from a habit of always wishing to see what is going to happen, than from fear. A thick, black mass of clouds was rolling up from seaward and spreading over the sky with alarming rapidity. The mainsail was taken in and only the mainjib was set, when the first gust struck us. Immediately, as if rolled over by a gigantic hand, our boat careened until her lee rail was completely under water, and I thought, for a moment, she would certainly capsize. The mainjib burst into ribbons, and at last we righted. The flying jib was then set, when she came near upsetting again. We were then only about a mile from the land, and the wind was directly on shore, so that it was impossible to save ourselves by running before it. Nothing could be done to keep off the rocks excepting to heave to and trust to our anchor. All the cable possible was paid out, and yet the tempest continued to drive us toward the land. Another gust came, and as the lightning flashed I could see that we were not half a mile from a high island with precipitous shores, encircled by a coral reef, where the heavy swell rolling directly in from the ocean was breaking apparently 12 or 15 feet high. I knew that at the rate we were drifting we must strike on it in 15 minutes, and that to a certainty our frail boat would be broken into fragments in an instant. There was no possibility of escape, for the most expert swimmer could not possibly have saved himself in such a frightful surf. I coolly concluded that that would be the last of my dangers and resigned myself to my fate. Soon, however, the horizon became somewhat clearer, and, better than all, our anchor had evidently struck into good holding ground and was keeping us from drifting. In an hour more the tempest was over, though the heavy swell continued to roll in as before. In the morning we found ourselves not far from Ayar Bangis, and put in there while our crew mended the sails. This is the port to which the coffee raised in the valley of Rao, in the interior, is brought down, to be hence shipped in Pras to Padang, where it is placed in the government storehouse and sold at auction 4 times a year, viz., in March, June, September, and December. Natal, about 25 miles north of here, is the chief port to which is brought the valuable coffee raised in the fertile valley of Mondeling, of which Fort Ilaut is the capital. All this part of Sumatra abounds in very valuable timber, and the resident here showed us some magnificent logs which his natives are sawing into planks. If we had such timber in our country we would use it for the nicest kinds of veneering. As the storm continued, we remained for a day among the islands off Ayar Bangis. They are mostly low, and nearly all composed of coral rock. The natives live on fish and the cocoa nuts which they raise in great numbers on these low coral islands. The chief value of the cocoa nuts here, as in the eastern part of the archipelago, is for the oil they yield. Considerable quantities of that article are brought to Padang from these, the Batu and other islands off this part of Sumatra. At sunset, next day, we were near Pasaman, a small place on the coast, west of the lofty peak of Ophir. Thousands of small, fleecy cumuli at that time covered the sky, and, as the sun neared the horizon, all these clouds were changed into the brightest gold. Indeed, the whole sky seemed literally paved with small blocks of gold, most of which were bordered with a narrow margin of purple. One end of this great arch seemed to rest on the distant horizon, the other on the crests of the lofty mountains east of us, but especially on the top of Mount Ophir, whose western side was lighted up with tints of gold and purple of surpassing richness. All this glorious display in the heavens was so perfectly repeated, even to the minutest details, on the calm sea, that it was difficult to tell which to admire more, the sky or the ocean. Of all the rich sunsets I enjoyed while in the tropical East, this was by far the most magnificent, and never did I imagine it was possible for any one, while here on earth, to behold a scene that would so nearly approach the splendor of the celestial city, described in the apocalyptic vision as being of pure gold, like unto clear glass. The next morning we were near Tiku, a village at the mouth of the small stream that flows out from the lake in the bottom of the great crater of Manandayu. The circular mountain range which forms the walls of this great crater was clearly seen, and the deep rent through it, by which the waters collected in the bottom of the crater find a passage out to the sea. 20 miles south of Tiku is Priaman, the place to which most of the coffee from the Minangkabau, or, as the Dutch prefer to call it, the Padang Plateau, is brought to be sent in Pras to Padang. On the evening of the 5th day the Appenberg, on Ape Hill, which marks the approach to Padang, and the shipping in the road, nearby, were in full view. One large and very fine ship was flying the American ensign. In a few hours more I found myself again in the palace of the governor, and thus the expedition through the land of cannibals was safely over. The American ship was owned by one of the largest and most enterprising firms in Boston. Her captain and his lady were on shore, and I soon hurried to their boarding place, and, at once, we almost felt ourselves back in New England, and forgot that we were far from America, in a land of palms, and of one long, endless summer. The chief article exported from this place to the United States is coffee. It is a very variable crop. During the last 9 years it has varied in quantity from 6,000 pickles, 800,000 pounds, in 1857, to 72,000 pickles, 9,600,000 pounds, in 1858-54. The King's birthday, the great national holiday with the Dutch, now occurred. In the morning there was a grand parade on the lawn, in front of the governor's palace, of all the European and native troops, numbering in all some 4,000 or 5,000, but many others are stationed in small bodies at various places in the interior. They were organized in battalions on the French plan, and their appearance and maneuvering were very creditable. There was a small mounted force, much like our flying artillery. This, I was informed, proved to be one of the most efficient parts of the army in their contests with the natives, the paths in the interior always being so narrow and so extremely uneven that only very light cannon can be brought into use. After the parade, the governor, as the representative of the king, received the congratulations of all the officials in that region. The day ended with a grand ball, to which, I may add, the mestizo belles were not only invited, but came and took as prominent a part as the ladies who had the envied fortune to be born in Europe. At every little post the highest official receives the congratulations of his brother officers in similar manner, and all are required to appear in full dress with cocked hats. After having served in our own gigantic war, wear a sash, a pair of small shoulder straps, a few bright buttons, and a gold cord round a slouched hat, were sufficient to indicate the rank of even a major general. I was quite dazzled by the brilliant uniforms of even the most petty officials in the Dutch service. The army officers wear epaulettes, and broad bands of gold lace on the pantaloons, collars, and cuffs. The backs of their coats are figured over in the most extravagant fashion. The civil officers present a similar gaudy display in silver. The object of all this is to impress the natives with a high idea of the wealth and power of the Dutch government, and of the great dignity of those who are honored by being selected to administer it, and exactly these ideas are conveyed to the minds of the natives by such displays. Their own rajas and princes never appear in public without making the most dazzling show possible, and the mass of the people, therefore, have come to think that their rulers must be weak and poor, and even more worthy of their contempt than their respect, if they do not make a most imposing appearance on all great occasions. Chapter 15. The Padang Plateau. As I had seen only a small portion of the Padangsk Bovenlanden, or Padang Plateau, I again set off for the interior, following the same route that I had taken before, namely, north, over lowlands to the left of the Barazan chain. As the governor's American had not arrived from Sabaga, he kindly borrowed for me a bendi, that is, a small, heavy, two-wheeled chaise. He gave me an order allowing me to use 2 horses if I pleased, and, by the time I had traveled 20 miles, I was glad to avail myself of the privilege. A bamboo was fastened across the thills and allowed to project 4 or 5 feet on one side, and the additional horse was then placed beside the other, the usual mode of driving tandem in this country. To complete the odd style of harnessing these half-tamed steeds, the natives arranged the reins so that I was obliged to hold 2 in the left hand and but 1 in the right. The result was, that the outer horse was as loose as those harnessed in a similar manner in Russia, and altogether beyond my control. Whenever we came to a slight descent, he would always spring into a full gallop, and the one in the thills would follow his example. Then came a few severe shocks against the large stones in the road, and we found ourselves at the bottom of the hill. One time the shocks were so severe that my footman, who had a seat behind, and a good place to hold on with both hands, was missing when I reached the bottom of the hill, and, on looking round, I found the bendi had flung him off some distance upon the rough stones. When we reached Keutanum, thick clouds, that had been gathering on the adjacent lofty peaks, rolled down and poured out a perfect flood of rain. The drops were so large, and fell with such momentum, that it seemed like standing under a heavy shower bath. The lightning gleamed as it only does in tropical lands, and the thunder roared as if the great Barazan chain on my right was splitting open again, and forming another immense cleft. I was wondering that my horses were not frightened amid such terrific peals, when suddenly a piercing flash dazzled my eyes, and the same instant came a sharp crash like the sudden breaking of 1,000 heavy timbers, and for a moment I was quite bewildered. Both horses reared until they nearly stood on their hind feet, and then plunged forward in a perfect state of fright. The road there chanced to be straight, and I let them go at the top of their speed for a mile or two, when they again became somewhat manageable, and in this way we flew along high up the side of a great ravine and came into the deep cleft. Ascending the canon, we came to Padang Panjang, and the next day to Fort de Kock. The waterfall opposite where we entered the cleft was considerably swollen by the heavy rains, and a small stream, separate from the main fall, was shooting over the high edge of the precipice. On a steep declivity nearby, a small stream had coursed part way down, completely hidden from view by the thick sheet of vegetation that covered the rocks, until, striking some obstacle, it flew off into the air in a great jet, which appeared to come out of the solid rock. From Fort de Kock my course was nearly west, a day's ride to Payakumbuh. At first the road led over a level or slightly undulating land which abounds in villages, and is highly cultivated. A number of small streams that rise on the northern flanks of the Great Merapi, flow northward across the plain, and then turn to the east and join to form the Batang Agam. 9 miles out we came to a range of jagged hills, the scanty soil on their sides only serving to make their sharp, projecting rocks more conspicuous and unsightly, like a tattered garment thrown over a skeleton. This rock I found to be a highly crystalline marble of a blue color, completely split up by joints and fissures into cubical blocks, whose outer surfaces have everywhere become greatly roughened by the action of rain and heat. Subsequently I had an opportunity of learning that it makes a very valuable kind of white lime. We presently found ourselves descending into a beautiful valley, through which the Agam, already a considerable stream, courses rapidly along. The road immediately approached its banks, crossed it over a high stone bridge, and then ran along a narrow terrace cut in a high precipice of the limestone cliff, whose feet were bathed in the small river. On the level land and hills in this region, the only rock which outcropped was a red sandstone, composed of strata that have been considerably plicated in many places, but they are evidently of a recent formation and unconformable to the older crystalline limestone on which they rest. Passing the Merapi, we rode down a gradually descending plain that lies on the north of Mount Sago. Early in the afternoon we came to Payakumbuh, where an assistant resident is stationed. His residence is the finest building I have seen in Sumatra. He greeted me kindly, and introduced me to the assistant resident stationed at Fort Vander Kapelan, the next chief place I was designing to visit. Thus I found a pleasant companion, and one who could explain the peculiarities of the country I should see during the next 2 days. April 2d rode from Payakumbuh to Bua with the resident of this district. A short distance from Payakumbuh we crossed a large and very beautiful stone bridge that had been planned and superintended by a government official who had never received the slightest training in architecture. Our course was nearly southwest, and the road slowly ascended, for we were really coming upon the flanks of Mount Sago. It then changes to the east, and again to the south, as we made a circuit round the eastern side of the mountain. This part of the road was built on a steep acclivity, that descended to the deep valley of the Sinamu on our left. The higher hills on the opposite side of the valley are probably of limestone. When we came round to the south side of Mount Sago, before us lay the charming valley of Bua, perhaps the most beautiful valley in Sumatra. On our left was a range of hundreds of sharp peaks, a continuation of the limestone chain noticed yesterday between Fort de Kock and Payakumbuh. Near their feet is the Sinamu, now a small river, flowing away to the southeast. At Payakumbuh the stream flows to the southeast, which is its general course for about 25 miles after it passes Mount Sago. It then changes to the east, and is known as the Indragiri. It is a fair sample of the tortuous course of all the streams in the mountainous parts of Sumatra. They wind to and fro so abruptly, that sometimes the traveler comes to the banks of a river without suspecting for a moment that it is the very one which he was following in a wholly different direction the day before. The only way it is possible to realize the irregularities of these streams, is to examine a map of this region on a very large scale. On our left was another high range walling in the narrow valley, the bottom of which curves gradually upward as it approaches either side. The level parts of the valley are all changed into beautiful sawas, which are now filled with young rice blades of a bright green. Riding down the valley for 4 or 5 miles, we came to the controller's house at Bua. It is situated near the west side of the valley, facing the north. Thick clouds, that had been hiding the top of Mount Sago, now vanished into pure air, and the old crater walls came grandly into view. They are so deeply notched on the southern side, that I could look directly up into the crater from the controller's residence in the valley. The sharp limestone needles, on the east side of the valley, also were more distinct. They were only 3 miles away, and yet I counted no less than 20 separate peaks in a straight line, at right angles with my vision, in 15 degrees along the horizon. Looking up from the village of Bua toward Mount Sago, the view has a charming ideal effect such as one might expect to see in a composite painting, where wonderful details of scenery from different localities are harmoniously combined. April 3d at 6 a.m. went with the controller and Raja, and about 40 natives, to a large cave west of Bua, in the limestone range that forms the western boundary of the valley. Coming to a small stream that flows out of this chain, we followed its course upward, until we found it issuing from beneath a high arch that opened into a large cavern. Here the strata of the limestone were more distinct than I have seen elsewhere. They have a dip of about 20 degrees west, their strike being northwest and southeast, the general direction of the chain. Immediately within the arch the roof of the cave rose into a dome, apparently more than 100 feet high at the center. Flocks of swallows had made this their building place, and, disturbed by the smoke of our torches, they made the cavern resound with their sharp chirping. On the walls were many stalactites that closely resembled the luxuriant orchids and parasites of tropical forests, as if nature were here reproducing in stone the wonders of the kingdom. After crossing